Yeah.
Uh.
Yeah. No. No. Yeah. No. 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 yet.
Hello and welcome to Nail Sculpting Do's and Don'ts. I'm Anastasia Milton and I'm super excited to see you all here. Let me know how are you doing, and I can already see that we have people from Cyprus, Jamaica, Canada, Utah, USA, California, Macedonia, Switzerland. Wow, thank you all so much for joining. I know that about 1 hour ago we had 1,040 something participants, and that's super exciting because I always get so energized and pumped when I know that so many people are watching and are going to work with us today. Okay, let's get started, and let me know how long do you know me, and if you don't, also let me know because I'm going to introduce myself in a few moments. How many years are you in the nail industry, and what would you like to learn from this class? Hello, Mai. Greetings from Finland, Saudi Arabia, Norway, Czech Republic, Texas, Sweden, Slovenia, Indonesia. Wow. Looks like we have people from all over the world here. Wow, that's super exciting. Okay, so I can see that some people are asking if you need to watch from the website. So technically there are two options. You can watch on YouTube and you can watch through Nails Pro Academy, but we prepared some special surprises, and that's why we recommend you to watch through nailsproacademy.com, because this is the place where you have a button that says download workbook, and we will be using this workbook today. This is where you can download it. If you're watching only from YouTube now, because this is where you notice this live, I encourage you to follow the link in the description. Go to Nails Pro Academy. You still have time and you can still download this book because we will be using it today for this class. Okay, 3 years, 8 years. Wow, 4 years, 2 years. Hello from Romania. Okay, so we have people with different experience. Sarah, I've been following you for 2 years now. Hello from Canada, Romania. I am so excited to be a part of this class, Monica is saying, and many thanks for offering this for free. Of course. Swetha is sharing, I'm in the industry from past 1 year as a freelancer. Nails are my secondary career. Wow, that's so exciting. Okay, so today is a different class from what we normally did because we will be doing 2 days. So we have today and tomorrow, and I hope you will be joining us for both days because they're going to be filled with information. And also we are going to use a workbook. So if you printed it, that's perfect because I'm the type of person, I just like using my pen, my marker, marking everything. But if you did not, that's totally fine. You can also use it on your device, or you can even just, open it and use just a separate piece of paper and fill it right there. Okay, so in today's class, you will have an opportunity to get certificate. And in order to do this, you will need to watch and attend both days of the class, and also you will need to pass the special exam at the end. Another common question that I receive a lot is, will there be a replay? And yes, we decided to leave a replay because I understand that some of you are from different parts of the world. Sometimes it's nighttime, somebody may be working today, but it will be available for a very limited time. And also, like I said, the best perks will be for those who are watching live. So if you have this opportunity, I encourage you to do this. And also this live energy of people being here the same moment online is just so motivating. So replay will be there, but it will be available for a limited time. The class will take approximately 1 hour and a half to 2 hours. I will do my best to fit in this time, but I have prepared so much information for you that I'm sorry in advance if it's going to take a little longer. I also encourage you to be active. Ask questions. If you notice that somebody is asking a question, but you already know the answer because I said it like a few moments ago, I would appreciate if you can help them. And please respect each other because we all have different experience. There are some things that we already know about it, so something may seem too easy for you, but it may be very helpful and useful for beginners. Andres sharing, I follow you for 2 years, but I'm in nail industry for just 1 year. Wow, that's awesome, which means first year you've been just following me and then you decided to join the industry. That's so cool. Zoe sharing, nails are my passion and I'm a newbie, following you for a few months and now I'm finishing my nail technology course. Amazing. Jillian sharing, I'm Jillian from Niagara, Canada. I'm a baby nail artist, just started in September, and I hope to learn how to better sculpt gel nails. They always look and feel smooth when I file them, but then I get color on them and they look lumpy and uneven. We are going to talk about this today, so let me actually introduce you the program. Okay, so now let me know which number do you refer yourself with. So number 1, this webinar is for motivation and learning new things. You came here to get motivated, to get some fresh new energy. This webinar is also perfect for beginners, and this webinar might be a great start for you. Number 3, this webinar will also work for experienced nail technicians, and you will definitely learn new tips and tricks. I'm in this industry since 2004. That's quite a while, and trust me, there's always something new to learn. Maybe you're number 4, burned out. I've been there a few times, so I'm aware what it is. Doesn't feel very good, but it's time to reevaluate your work and get a dose of inspiration. So maybe it will be helpful for you too. And if you're already at the different level, you're teaching, you're an educator, but you still continue learning new things, that's awesome. Please do not hide. I'm actually open to colleagues to interact with another educator. So please let me know what's your number. Okay, so we have many number 2s and number 1, 3. Okay, so we have many beginners, but we have also experienced nail technicians as well as educators. Okay, and some people are burned out. Okay, mine is 2 and 3. Oh, that's totally fine. You can find yourself in a few ones, especially, number 1 and some other number can refer to you as well. So that's totally fine. Alrighty. So there are some people that might not enjoy and like this webinar, so I want to be totally honest with you because this webinar may not work for everyone. And I would like to just share this as well. So this webinar will not work for you if you're looking for a magic pill that is going to solve all problems at once. Because I noticed some people are just looking for a very, secret special trick like, okay, you need to use this brush. And that's it. Like, that's the secret. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. You're suspicious about everything and think that everyone is keeping the main secrets from you. Because I know that some of you are watching for the first time, but if you've been following me for a while, you know that I'm sharing basically everything I know. I'm always open. I try to reply to all of your questions, so I'm definitely not going to hide any secrets from you. If you need motivation only, but you do not plan on acting, and by acting, I mean, actively participating on the webinar, just, writing comments, answering questions, working with the workbook, because getting motivation is great, but I would also be thrilled if you will get some outcome from this webinar, whether you will learn something or you will figure out what was the mistake that you've been doing in your work, or maybe you will even practice doing something with me today with acrylic. If you already know everything and have this impress me attitude, and also if you hate when someone shares experience and valuable information and offers online classes, because that's what's going to happen today. So if you're not in this list, let's proceed. Program for today. We'll quickly get to know each other. We will talk about different technologies such as tips, forms, and dual forms because there's so many options today. When I started in 2004, we had forms and we had tips. Not too complicated. Today we have tons of options. So you open Amazon and you're like, oh my God, what should I buy? So I know it's overwhelming to choose. So I will explain which one you should pick for different nail types. We will talk about lifting and broken nails. I know a lot about it because I've been there as well. Another topic that I will cover a little bit today and more tomorrow, because tomorrow will be like a day with slightly different topics. How to work faster. I know that most of you are interested in this part. Also, I will do a new online class presentation, nail sculpting class, and I know that some people are joining this webinar because you are interested in that one. And also, we will do hands-on demo with prep and acrylic extensions today. And this is the program for tomorrow. How to deal with inconsistent nail shape. We will talk about different kinds of nail shapes. How to work faster. We will do a little products overview for gel extensions. I will do a new online class presentation as well. And we will do the demo, but tomorrow we will do product removal and hard gel extensions. Because normally we did webinar dedicated to just one topic, such as gel or acrylic. And almost every time somebody was a little sad, like, oh no, I'm actually not working with acrylic. What should I do? Well, today we have a 2-day webinar, so we will cover both. But most of the things are actually quite the same with acrylic and gel. That is my biggest problem, time. Yeah, I understand, Ashley. That is quite a problem. Okay. And once again, after this class, you will be able to get certificate, but there are a few rules you need to follow. You need to attend both days of the online class, number one. Then, after second day, after tomorrow, you will need to complete the quiz within 24 hours after the class. You will have several questions you will need to reply. And if you will get at least 80% score, you will be issued a certificate. So stay with us for 2 days and you will definitely get it. Okay, guys, are you ready? Are you ready to open your mind and learn new things during these 2 days? Send fire emojis, or if you're not able to do this, just let me know with your comments and let's get started. Okay. I noticed that some of you are here for the first time, so I will quickly introduce myself. I'm Anastasia Milton. I'm in this industry for a very long time, since 2004. I'm a nail technician and educator, and I consider myself expert at dry manicure, at nail sculpting, but most importantly, I realized that the part in my job that I enjoy the most is not just doing nails, because I love this part, absolutely. I also love teaching and explaining things in an easy way. When I work with a certain person and I see that they don't understand, like they have a problem they cannot solve, and then I try to explain it, and then I explain it in a different way, and finally they understand it and fix the problem. That's like the best reward for me. So this is my passion. This is what I'm doing for many years now and still enjoy it. And I'm really excited to do it today as well. Oh, wow. We are all in fire. Thank you guys so much for all the fires and hearts you sent to me. Okay, you're ready? Well, I am too. Okay, let me just quickly check. Just a moment. Let me see if everything is clear with the quality and the sound. Okay, wow, we have 300 people online watching. Okay, so my goal is to help nail technicians to enjoy what they do and earn more by using simple techniques. Because one of the topics I'm going to cover is how to work faster, how to do nails that are going to last. And trust me, when you're doing nails that you enjoy, it doesn't even feel like work. You're actually enjoying it. It does feel like a well-paid hobby. So imagine you could do this all day long, and on top of that, you will get paid for it. Sounds like a dream, right? So let's make it come true. All right, let's get started. So I need you to open your workbook on page 2, and let's talk about tips, dual forms, or regular forms, about the techniques. So there are so many techniques out there, and which one should we choose? So the first one, which is so popular recently, is soft gel tips. I'm pretty sure you heard of it. This is when we use a soft gel tip, which is technically like a full cover tip, but it has all the qualities of the sculptured nails. They usually have a different shape and different length. There are so many different styles. Some styles are flat, some are more curved, like a sculptured nails. And this is like a great product if you need fast nail extensions. So soft gel tips are perfect for flat nails, for any kind of, I call them perfect nails, nails without any problems. So in this workbook, you have a few types of nails here, and it's up to you. I mean, how you can actually, I know if you don't want even to spoil it or draw something in it, that's fine. But I recommend you to make some notes and to note what kind of nail is going to work. So for soft gel tips, we definitely are going to pick flat nail. Soft gel tips will work for narrow nails, for short nails, and also they're perfect for fast nail extensions. So if your client has 30 minutes, 20 minutes, soft gel tips will be perfect in this case because they don't really require much skill in product application, in nail sculpting. You just need to prep the nails, you need to choose the tip, and then you need to apply them. And I'm not saying that if you are doing soft gel extensions, it doesn't mean that you don't need to have any skill at all. That's not true. Because if you try that, they're still not going to last. You need to be able to do a cuticle prep, to do nail prep. But once you do it right, the part when we apply soft gel tips on the nails, it's not that complicated. I mean, compared to nail sculpting. Is it possible to do a refill on those? Mary is asking. Yes, but it depends. I actually had this video a while ago when fill didn't work. So it depends on the nails and on the tips. Some of them, if they are not curved too much, sometimes you can. It depends on the condition of the nails. If you have too many lifting and broken nails, usually it will not make sense. So technically, yes, you can do fills sometimes, but sometimes it just will not work. Let's say if you have nails that are growing downwards. So once they grow longer, you can do fill, but they are still going to look downwards. And yes, it is very easy to soak off, that's true. Okay, so these are disadvantages, in my opinion. First of all, you need to buy many styles and shapes. You cannot have just square tips. Well, technically you can. You can reshape them, but the point of soft gel tips is fast nail extensions. When you have the shape, you just use it. So you need to have at least coffin, square, oval, stiletto, almond, a few options. Also, it's not going to perfectly work for nails growing downwards or upwards. The opposite, downwards and upwards. If they're slightly growing downwards or upwards, that may be fine. But recently I had this client, I posted this video on YouTube and Instagram with some of her nails, especially the thumb, it's extremely growing upwards. So just imagine we have this nail growing upwards and we will attach a tip. We will end up with nails that are also growing upwards because the tips, they're just taking the direction of the growth of the nail. Also, they are quite challenging for extremely beaten nails. And by extremely, I mean when we have beaten nails and we also have a skin surrounding them. And also, it's a little tricky when working with nails with extreme deep C-curve. So on this, in your workbook, by the way, this terminology might be a little confusing. So by, it's called short or roofed nail. That's what I would call extremely beaten nail. And then we have convex nail, which is the same as nail growing downwards. And then we have concave nails, which is nail growing upwards. Okay, so these were soft gel tips. Let's talk about regular tips. This is the technology that I started with in 2004 because it was very common back then. And this one is easier compared to forms because you attach the tip on the free edge and technically you already have this shape. Now all you need to do is to apply the product on top and there you have this beautiful shape with the product on top. Okay, so regular tips are perfect for the following types. Definitely for flat nails. Regular tips can be a lifesaver for short nails because when you do not have this free edge to fit the form, tips might be a great solution. They're also perfect for nails with a slight curve, and they were perfect for me when I started because I had problems with product application. When I was trying to apply the product on the form, it was just running all over. You know, the acrylic was trying to fall off the form. The gel did the same. But when I had the tip, at least I had these borders to work with. So tips were quite helpful here. And disadvantages of the regular tips are you also need to buy different styles and shapes. You need to have at least stiletto, square, and maybe almond. Also, in my opinion, now that I can work with any technology, I have to say that using regular tips, it's quite time consuming because you need to pick the size, you need to prep the tip, you need to apply it with the glue, then you need to slightly file it so there will be like no difference between the tip and the natural nail, and it takes a while. So with tips, it's quite hard to work fast. Also, they're not going to work with extremely small nail beds because once you attach the tip, you already have this nail almost fully covered with the tip. It also won't work for nails growing extremely downwards because the same thing is going to happen like with soft gel tips. We have nails growing downwards, we attach the tip and it is going to have the same direction as the nail grows. And also, most importantly, tips are extremely challenging when working with a crooked nail. So when we have a finger or a nail that's not growing in the same direction as the rest of them, you apply a tip and then you have a long nail with the wrong direction growth, and it's going to be quite visible. Okay, so I noticed that some of you are sharing that it's not very comfortable to have workbook open and live at the same time, and I understand that because you might have one device. That's totally fine. I recommend you to still take some notes. Okay, on the paper, on your notes app, it's up to you, and then you can fill the workbook, because if you already take some notes, it will be quite easier for you to fill it. Okay, and we have a question, what is olive nail? Okay, so let's actually talk about this. So I will explain how it is working with the notebook. Okay, so we have 6 different types listed here. And first one is flat nail. It's also the one I would call regular nail, okay, because this is the nail without any problems. It's rather flat, so I think everything is pretty clear with this one. Concave nail is the same as, it's also called ski jump nail, nails growing upwards, the nail that has direction of growing upwards, okay, in this direction. And then we have a convex nail, which is a nail growing downwards, okay, because I know that this part may be a little light, so it may be not as obvious for you. Then we have a tubular or arched nail. This is the nail with extreme C-curve. So we intentionally left this free edge right here so you can see it. These are nails that has this extreme deep C-curve. Then we have a short or roofed nails. Usually those are beaten nails with some skin around the nail. Sometimes the skin is like this, just a little bit, but sometimes it's more extreme. It goes all the way up here. And finally, we have olive nail, which, I mean, actually olive nail is also what I would call, it's kind of the same as tubular arch nail, but it's not at its extreme. So it has, I would say, standard C-curve. And usually, in most of the cases, olive nail is not too challenging to work with, okay? And flat nail usually has whether flat C-curve or sometimes it's like this. Sometimes it's U-shaped. Okay. Okay. So we have many questions about the workbook, and then there's another one. Is the question from the workbook a separate task? Okay, so this is up to you. Okay, this is a free webinar, free challenge. If you do not feel like filling workbook, that's totally fine. You do not have to do this. If you're wondering if you need to do this in order to pass the exam, then no. Like, you will need to complete the quiz, and it will be much easier for you if you already have your workbook filled. So this is like up to you. We're not forcing you to do this, but I recommend you to. So some of these topics, we're going to go through them right now, like we are doing today with the regular tips, and you can fill them right now during the webinar. Some of the questions will not be exactly highlighted during this webinar, and I would like you to fill later. But once again, it's up to you because, this is not a school, this is like adult education, and that's like totally up to you to decide. What I would do on your place, usually when I have an opportunity to learn something I'm interested in, if you really want to take your nail skills to the next level, if you would like to be better at nail sculpting, at product application, at anything that is related to the nail industry, if this is something you would like, I strongly recommend you to do this, because sometimes it may seem, well, I mean, what is this? I'm just marking these stupid pictures. I mean, that's not fun, but trust me, it's actually working because, like I said, teaching, explaining things easily is my passion. And when you have something like this, you will memorize it much easier compared if you just heard it. If I would tell you, okay, regular tips are good for these nails and soft gel tips are good for this. Let's go. Next one. So if you actually mark this and think about it a little bit, it will stay in your memory. Is the quiz on the workbook? No. The quiz will be on the website. It will be like a test. Okay, so the next one is dual forms. I think some of you heard of them, maybe not. So dual forms are technically like a mold, and you can apply any product inside, acrylic, hard gel, polygel, and then you apply them on the nail, and this is how you get the perfect surface. And it may sound like a super easy technique, which it is, but it also has its own things you need to consider, such as you need to be careful to not apply too much product. You need to be aware that the product underneath should also be thin, otherwise these nails may break. And there are also some tricks. So even though as easy as it may look, if you already tried them, you definitely know that you still need to learn how to work with them. Okay, I personally like dual forms. I love them, and it is a lifesaver, absolutely. But sometimes with certain nails, using dual forms will be the opposite of time saver. It will actually take more than you're supposed to. So dual forms are perfect for flat nails, absolutely. They're perfect for working with polygel. You can use any product, like I said, with dual forms. You can use acrylic, you can use hard gel, but the easiest product to work with them is polygel. And also, usually dual forms are lifesavers for nail technicians who have troubles fitting the forms. Yes, because you do not need to fit the regular form once you work with dual forms. And they're also pretty good for short nails. I tried them on short bitten nails as well, so I will definitely mark them for short nails. So in our workbook, I will mark flat nails, olive nails, and short nails. Okay, so, and they are not great for concave and for convex nails for the same reason, because if you will try to fix the direction of the growth with the dual form, let's say we have upwards nail, and then you have the dual form and you will try to place it straight, we will end up without any product here on the stress area, and this nail is more likely to break. If it's the opposite, we have a nail growing downwards and we will feed the dual form trying to fix the growth of the nail, we will have extreme thickness right here on the stress area and on the free edge, which is also not nice, and these nails may break or have cracks on the sides. And also, if we have a person with very wide nails, usually it's quite hard to find the correct size of the dual form. Another disadvantage of dual forms is similar to soft gel tips, is because you need to buy different styles and shapes, right? So we have square dual forms, we have oval shaped dual forms. There are actually so many types of them. I've seen the ones with the extreme C curve. They even have this like Russian almond or pipe shaped dual forms. That's pretty cool. But you need to have at least a few styles to be able to do different kinds of nails. So they will not work for nails growing downwards or upwards. You also need to have additional LED lamp to freeze cure them. And also it's tricky when working with nails with deep C curve, because traditionally dual forms are designed for standard nails, the ones which are in your workbook referred to as flat nail or olive nail. And when a nail has a deep C curve, you try to fit the dual form, and in order to find the right size, you need to pick the one that's bigger, and we end up with nails that are looking extremely wide. Okay. So I am sharing all these advantages and disadvantages so you will guys, from my experience, understand like when it's great to use them, when it's not exactly. Because as you may see from my social media, I'm using all of these techniques depending on the goal, depending on the product I'm going to try today, depending on the client, on the nails we're about to do. And every single technique has its own advantages and disadvantages. So from what you may notice so far, so we're not going through all of them today. I noticed that some people were asking about full cover tips. I did not cover this because this is technically very similar to soft gel tips, so you can take all advantages and disadvantages from them. So I covered the most common ones, the most typical that we use today. And from what you can see now, all these techniques are perfect whenever a person has whether standard, perfect, like olive nails, or flat nails. So if we have a person with these two types, you can use any technique. It's pretty simple. But once we have nails that are slightly challenging, whether they're growing upwards or downwards, this is the part where it becomes tricky. And also, I did not state all of the nail types here. There are actually more. I just decided it will be too complicated. But we also have nails that are challenging in different ways, such as nails of people who have hyperhidrosis, which is excessive sweat, oily nails. We also have damaged nails. We have nails with unusual shape. We have nails that are extremely wide, closer to the free edge. We have nails with uneven sidewalls. Okay, so there are actually many, many types, but we just decided, to pick the most popular ones. So whenever you pick any of these techniques we talked before, you will not have any problems when working with standard or flat nails. But once there is a nail with a slight challenge, it's hard. And that's why for any kind of challenging nails, the best solution from my experience, trust me, like I tried them all I tested them on hundreds of clients. I do this test like all the time. And these are definitely regular forms. Because regular form, you can choose the direction of it. So whenever you have a nail that is not standard, you can definitely fix it with a regular form. And maybe in a week or two, like soon I will be posting a new video with a client who has like a injured finger and nail, which is abnormally growing, like all the way down to this side. And form was the only tool that actually helped me to fix it. And we were able to fix it with the nail sculpting, so it looks like a normal nail. Now, I can actually show you before and after later in the stories. Okay, so regular forms are perfect for flat nails, nails growing downwards because we can't feed the form straight and fix it. For nails growing upwards, for short and beaten nails. For wide nails, absolutely, because you can create any length and shape that you want. And definitely, this is number one for crooked and injured nails. Okay, and another advantage is, I didn't even mention it here, but another great advantage of regular forms is unlike soft gel tips and all of them, you don't need to have like many styles of them. So you technically, I'll tell you the secret. So technically, I usually use just one type, like a regular type forms for 90% of the clients. So if you're interested about the brand, currently I like Tones, and there are many other of them, or I also like Red Iguana forms. So technically, you just need a regular one and a longer ones for the clients who prefer something extremely long, and that's it. You don't really need like many types because with tips, we already have them pre-shaped. So you need to have the several shapes. But with forms, you create your own shape. You create your own curve. You create your own like size of the nails. So actually this Red Iguana forms, so they're long. Let me show you this closer. Okay, so we have these forms. And you see that they're long, but they have this little line here that you can carefully separate it. Okay, I hope this is going to work now. Okay, and now we have a short salon form, or you can use them like this. So technically you have two types in one. So what I'm saying is with forms, you don't need to have like many styles. You can be great with one or max like two types, or like this. We have a short version or a long version. Oh, they actually have the same line right here. So we can turn them into salon one as well. Forms is speediest ways. Exactly. I completely agree with that statement with B Parlor because once you know how to do it, it's super fast and it's super easy. I like forms, but they always get stuck in the lamp, Vicky. Do they get stuck like to the lamp? Then I recommend you to make sure that you do not leave any sticky parts on top, so they're not like touching the lamp. I love the regular dual forms, Marie. Yeah, I completely agree with you. So if you will ask me, Anastasia, okay, there are so many techniques out there, like I'm overwhelmed, but I want to be able to work with any kind of clients. If I could choose one, which one should I pick? I will definitely recommend forms. And the best part is if you know how to work with forms, how to feed them, how to apply the product, all the rest of the techniques will be quite easy for you because even though they sound different, they're very alike. With tips, the product application is exactly the same. The only part that's different is tip fitting, and you can easily learn that. With dual forms, it's a little different because we apply the product upside down, but once you feel the product, you know how you apply it, you will also not experience any problems with them. You just need to know a few like tricks, how to feed them, how to apply them, and that's it. So if your goal is to be able to create any kind of shape with any kind of clients, I recommend you to learn how to work with traditional forms because they can 100% solve all your problems. And ideally, I would say it's great if you have like few options. Let's say you know how to work with forms, so you can create anything that you want. Inlay design, hard gel extensions, acrylic extensions, long nails, short nails, fix short beaten nails, fix like crooked nails. But also you know how to work with soft gel tips. So whenever a client comes with perfect nails and they have 20 minutes, then you have this option to do extensions fast. Okay, I can work fast with regular forms than those tips, especially when I have clients. Oh no. When I have clients who can't stay still. Oh yeah. Actually, clients who can't stay still might be a problem for any product and any technology because, I mean, if they move a lot, that I had a client and she was moving so fast that she managed to smudge acrylic nail. I mean, how is that possible? It dries pretty quickly, right, in a few seconds, but somehow she did something that freshly applied acrylic moved. So yes, you need to be aware. Okay, so they definitely have their disadvantages as well, which is you need to learn how to feed them. And I think this is their main disadvantage because they might be a little tricky to learn how to work with them because if you feed them incorrectly, the snails may break.